We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting. Once again, if you want to come a little closer, that'd be awesome. I can't commit to anything, but there's a rumor that the closer you are, the more CEUs you might get. I'm not committing to it, but don't want to miss out. All right. Good afternoon. I would like to call this meeting to order. Katie, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Mehta?
Here.
Mr. Terry?
Here.
Ms. Rossenberg?
Here.
Vice President Hernandez?
Here.
And President Guzman?
Here. I will start with item number 1. This is President's opening remarks. And my name is Ricardo Guzman. I just want to welcome all of you who have chosen to stay and join the meeting. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your participation. How many of you here have never been to an RCB meeting? Well, great. Well, thank you for being here. We usually hold these in Sacramento, but once a year we come down to the conference and make it available to you to participate. And so grateful that you're here. And I'm going to go ahead and read a statement, an opening statement. I would like to ask everyone to please turn their phones to silent. This is an official business meeting of the Respiratory Care Board. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using the devices solely to access the board meeting materials that are in electronic format. Public comment will be allowed on each agenda item as each item is taken up by the board during the meeting. Under the Open Meetings Act, the board may not take any action on items raised by public comment that are not on the agenda, other than to decide whether to schedule that item for a future meeting. If you would like to provide comment, it would be appreciated, although not required, if you would provide your name and the organization you represent, if applicable, prior to speaking. To allow the board sufficient time to conduct the scheduled business, public comment may be limited. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please let us know and you will be recognized. For purposes of comments, we have a microphone in this front table. At any point, if you want to come make a comment, please walk up to the microphone and we will recognize you. Also, if you're an RCP, which I think you all are, and you would like to earn CE credit for your attendance at our meeting today, please be sure that you have signed in and also sign out before leaving. If you have any questions, one of us can help you. Finally, I would like to announce the reappointment of Ray Hernandez by the Speaker of the Assembly. Microphone. Ray serves as the board's vice president, and he also chairs as the chair of the Professional Qualifications Committee, where his leadership and dedication have been instrumental to the board's success. He consistently demonstrates a willingness to take on challenging projects and guide them to completion with thoughtfulness and professionalism. A consummate professional, Ray brings both experience and perspective to the board's work, and it is widely respected for his collaborative approach, and we're lucky to have him for another term. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Having completed my opening remarks, are there any comments or questions from our members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a public comment at this point? Very well. We'll move on to agenda item number 2. This is discussion and possible action to approve our meeting minutes for our last 2 meetings, October 24th, 2025, and November 14th, 2025. Members, do you have any additions or corrections to the minutes? May I have a motion to approve the October 24, 2025 meeting minutes as submitted.
So moved, Ray Hernandez.
May I have a second?
I'll second that. Michael Terry.
Anyone would like to make a public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, Katie, will you please perform the roll call vote?
Dr. Mehta?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye. Next, may I have a motion to approve the November 14, 2025 meeting minutes as submitted?
Move to approve.
Second,
Michael Terry seconds.
any public comments on the minutes? Seeing none, Katie, would you please perform the roll call vote?
Dr. Mehta?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye. Motion passes. We'll move on to item number 3, our new board member onboarding process. The Executive Committee has developed a comprehensive internal new board member onboarding process to support the successful integration of newly appointed board members and strengthen the overall board effectiveness. The committee recognized the need for a structured approach that promotes consistency, transparency, and confidence by ensuring all new members receive a clear introduction to their responsibilities, operational expectations, and the board's governance framework. The proposed process includes 4 key components. One is internal orientation. 2 is executive officer walkthrough. 3 is a mentor board member assignment. And 4, ongoing support and evaluation. By establishing a formal onboarding process, the Executive Committee aims to enhance new member preparedness, improve meeting efficiency, and promote informed participation. The plan also supports stronger board cohesion by creating consistent expectations and facilitating early engagements. Members, do you have any questions or comments about the proposed onboarding process?
Just a comment on the process. Do we have to get a motion to have discussion, or?
To have discussion?
Yeah, no, okay. In looking at the different areas, number 1, internal orientation for new board members. Just one of the questions I saw in all the others, 2, 3, and 4, that there's actually a point person that's responsible and for the internal orientation for the new board members. Christine, who would be responsible? Would it be you as the executive officer or somebody else?
I think that could be done either way. It's whatever the preference of the board is. It could either be myself or members of the executive committee.
Well, I'm just wondering for the internal orientation, it's looking at governance, legal framework, board operations, organizational overview. It seemed like the executive office would be the place, and would it be the executive officer? Could we put the executive officer?
That does, and it also somewhat coincides with the distribution of the existing administrative manual. So I do think that would flow nicely.
Okay. And then along with that, this came about just that we've had an onslaught of new folks come in actually in the last 1 to 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And just for the public, just to know, well, who would that be? If we go down just the list of all the board members, President Guzman, you've been on the board for how long?
7 years.
7 years. And then I think I come next at 6 years, I think. And then, Michael, when did you come on board?
1 year.
Okay, so 5 years. And then I think Dr. Cheryl Williams, I think, was before Dr. Preeti, and I think she came on she's maybe 3 to 4 years.
2 years.
For you, 2 years. And then we have new folks, and I think then, Abby, you're next, and you are at a year or less than a year? 2 years already, wow. And then Manuel came on just, I think, little less than a year?
Mr. Magpapian was appointed, it's just been a bit over a year, about
Okay,
14
so a
months.
year.
Mhm.
And so again, this came about because really Abby and Manuel, when you two came on, there were lots of questions and we didn't have a process of who to go to, right? Yes, and so based on those questions and not knowing who and how, this came about. So just to say, I think as we look at putting this into action, it kind of makes sense that maybe we look at Manuel and Abby as really being the first to go through this. A little late, as I know, but in terms of pieces 3 and 4, that I think would be a good place to start, certainly for you, and even a little earlier for Manuel, who's not here today. Those were just my thoughts.
Thinking back to 7 years ago, it would have been helpful to me as well. Yes.
I
So-
don't want to say in public, but I think it's still helpful.
Oh, for sure. May I have a motion then to adopt the new board member onboarding process as presented and direct staff to implement the outlined onboarding components for all newly appointed board members?
Michael Terry will make that motion.
Second, please.
Rosenberg, second.
Katie?
Dr. Meta? Aye. Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye. And it passes. Any public comments on this item? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and,
Just a quick comment. This
Sure.
is Reza, Board Counsel. So with the mentorship, just to keep in mind the idea of the Open Meeting Act and as far as discussion of substantive board-related issues, the focus of that is generally, it seems this is on like point of contact for informal questions, protocols, things like that, guidance on processes, procedural things, context. So the substantive discussions generally take place in the board meetings, and the mentorship does seem useful for a whole lot of kind of filling in the gaps and helping. Also, just for information for the public, we do have the board member orientation process, the BMOT, we call it, that our board members go through kind of a crash course with a lot of the background. But again, this kind of RCB specific mentorship, I think, would certainly be helpful.
thank you, Reza, for that information.
And then just one last comment to that. If we look at the mentor's responsibilities, where did I see that? Yeah, and I see that there. So number 3, mentor board member assignment overview, and then mentor selection, we have a note there that says during the initial implementation plan, the president and vice president will serve as mentors. And so before we leave this item, I think we should look at, I specifically asked, who's newer? And it sounds like really Abby and Manuel are newer, that we should assign and move forward, or in the executive office, Christine, would you do that? I mean, it sounds like during this open meeting, we could make that decision
Decide
now.
who's going to be the mentor for each, yes. And then we could reach out as a follow-up to get that going.
So if we look at Abby and Manuel, shall we do? No. So of the two, which would you want to mentor?
Either one.
Okay.
You pick.
All right.
You're younger than me.
All right. All right, so I'll go on ahead and be Abby's mentor, and you can reach out to Manuel.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, we'll now proceed to item 4. Item 4 is our executive officer's report. I will turn it over to our Executive Officer, Christy Molina.
Thank you. So I have quite a few items here to report back to the board on. And also, if anyone in the audience has questions as I'm going through, since there's so many items, please feel free to ask during. It's not a problem whatsoever. I first want to provide an update related to Sunset. Following our March 27th meeting, the board's final responses to the Sunset background paper were submitted to the legislature. Since then, I have been working with the consultants from the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee regarding several of the proposals, as well as a few other legislative bills that have conflicted with our proposed amendments, and those were really specific to the ongoing issue with the LVNs and respiratory care, and I'll cover additional details regarding that during the legislative report. On April 15th, our Sunset Bill, which is Senate Bill 1304, was amended to include all of the following. It extends the board sunset date from January 1, 2027 to January 1, 2031, establishes mandatory suspension and subsequent revocation of a license upon conviction of specified serious felonies, updates the licensure exam to accurately reflect the National Board for Respiratory Care's Registered Respiratory Therapist Credentialing Exam, which will be changed January 1 of 2027. It clarifies and expands exemptions allowing LVNs to perform respiratory care tasks in defined settings under board standards, and increases the license renewal fee ceiling amount and removes outdated provisions to maintain fiscal stability. I will stop right there just to clarify that when I say increase the ceiling amount, that does not mean your renewal fee is going up. That is just somewhat of a proactive measure so that if there were to be costs outside of our control that were to increase in the future, then we could initiate a regulatory process to increase that fee. At this point, based on our fiscal projections, we do not see that happening anytime in the future. So just so that that doesn't, concern anyone, I already know fees are kind of a contentious area. And now for the unfortunate news. The Sunset Bill did not include the bachelor's degree requirement that the board sought as part of Sunset. I am confident that the board will remain committed to continuing its efforts to advance this issue. We already have a few ideas on what the next steps will be, so staff will continue brainstorming and working with the Professional Qualifications Committee in the coming months to determine where we go from here. The one other item that you may also notice that was not included in the bill is the provision related to the FBI wrap-back authority. That was omitted. It's more or less a provision that would allow the board to receive subsequent arrest notifications from the FBI, similar to what we already received from the State Department of Justice level. We've been advised this authority is currently being addressed through a coordinated effort within the legislature, and since the work is expected to be completed during the current legislative session, it would be duplicative and potentially inconsistent to include board-specific wrap-back language in our Sunset Bill. So staff supports deferring to the centralized legislative approach and monitoring progress through the department and legislative updates. And then on Monday, April the 20th, our Sunset Bill, SB 1304, was unanimously approved by the Senate BMP and Economic Development Committee and has now been referred to the Senate Appropriations Committee. The bill is currently opposed by the California Association of Healthcare Facilities and the California Hospital Association, both of which continue to advocate for allowing LVNs to perform respiratory care tasks beyond what is currently authorized across all settings, not only those identified as exempt by this board. I will continue to work with Senate BMP staff as the legislation progresses to address this opposition. I also wanted to publicly thank the Senate BMP staff, particularly Anna Billy, Vice President Hernandez and President Guzman met as part of the Sunset hearing process, and Sarah Mason for their steadfast dedication to resolving this decades-long issue. Their commitment to consumer protection truly makes them invaluable partners. The bill will next be heard by the Senate Appropriations Committee, followed by consideration on the Senate floor, and will then move on to the Assembly. So I don't know if anyone has any questions specific to that section. Okay, moving on. As far as the staffing update goes, for those who may not be aware, Leanne Frills, our longtime enforcement manager, retired at the end of December. Fortunately, Leanne left the team in an excellent position to continue moving the enforcement program forward through the robust business processes she established and the data and statistical tools she refined over the years. We also recently hired 2 new support staff members who really have hit the ground running and are already proving to be invaluable additions to our team. And consistent with our succession plan, several employees have taken advantage of the Pathways program, which is designed to prepare internal candidates at all levels for advancement into mission-critical roles. This preparation has included formal training as well as cross-training opportunities among staff. And just to highlight a few, we currently have someone who has been a probation monitor for a number of years who is now cross-training to kind of take on a bit more of an investigative role. And then we had someone else from our licensing program who's been with the board for a very long time, cross-training into probation monitoring. So the staff is pretty excited about the opportunity to learn new things and take on new roles. And if there's no questions, I will move on to the continuing education audits under the new CE framework. So as you're aware, the first group of licensees required to certify compliance with the new CE framework were those with licenses that expired on December 31st, 2025. In January, we distributed our initial round of CE audits to those licensees. To support a smoother experience for both licensees and board staff, we used this opportunity to refine our audit process. Along with the audit notice, we included a tip sheet as well as a CE tracking log where licensees were asked to document the course title, provider, date of completion, hours earned, and applicable CE category. So they would mark if it was clinical, leadership, indirectly related, or live. Auditing under the new framework was initially challenging. Staff had to adjust to the new categories and make distinctions regarding which providers are authorized to offer only live courses versus those who can offer the content in multiple formats. During the process, we also identified instances where some providers incorrectly labeled courses as meeting the leadership requirement, despite not aligning with the board's definition. In those cases, staff contacted providers directly to offer clarification. Most initial audit failures are not the result of intentional misconduct, but rather compliance issues. Common reasons include failure to maintain proper documentation, incomplete or illegible tracker or missing certificates, courses that do not meet board requirements, or misunderstanding of the CE categories or specific renewal criteria. They're generally administrative oversights, which is why ongoing education and outreach remains critical to improving compliance. Many licensees have opted to meet their CE obligations by using providers that offer bundled packages, aligning with all the required categories, except for the mandatory ethics course, which must be completed through CSRC or AARC. I am happy to report, though, of the 100 licensees who have been audited so far under the new framework, 90 have passed, while 10 currently have outstanding items that need to be addressed. Again, these items can range from incomplete documentation to a course not meeting standards. In these circumstances, licensees are generally given a set time frame to provide additional proof or to correct issues before any formal action is considered. None of the audit responses included the preceptor opportunity for credit. However, we continue to track the use of that option to determine how valuable it is and if we're seeing a difference in clinical education outcomes and so forth. Any questions? Because I know CEs is a kind of a big topic. I don't know. If you can come on.
Can you come up to the mic, please? Thank you.
Are you going to pause at the end for comment on just everything?
Everything, probably. Just a lot.
I wasn't sure how you were doing it.
Okay.
I figured that out. Look at there. My name is Patricia. So my question is this. So I've had several of the employees that I do work with the new CEU requirements, that they have been audited. And when they get that information, they tell me that things are missing. because they list everything, but then when they get back and say it, it's not specific as to what they need to return back. Have you ran into that issue before?
I'm sorry, so are you saying in response to an audit or just when they renew?
In response to an audit.
Okay.
So because it happened to me my first year when I got here in
Okay.
California, that I received, so I get an audit, and then I have to show, and I listed all of my CEUs to say that I had the required CEUs. Turn it back in. 2 days later, I get another one telling me that you missed this. Why didn't you tell me what I missed the first time when you're sending me the audit? So then that way, when I send it all back in, I have everything the first time, and so we don't have to do this the second time. And I think that is what still is happening. So
Well-
has that been better? I don't know.
Under the new process, I don't believe so, because at the time that we do the audit, we don't know what courses you've done. The only thing that's been certified at that point is that you've completed however many units, and you're indicating that you've met all the requirements. So we are not, in a sense, we're not starting off with, we know what you've done. When we get the response to the audit is the first time we are seeing the certificates that are documenting the number of hours that you reported as part of the renewal. If there is something missing, you're correct. You should receive a notification back in one notification that describes everything.
Correct.
Yes.
And so that's what I'm saying, because that was not happening. So it ended up being like, okay, I turned in what I think was enough, and then I get another one saying that, no, you're still missing, but you're still not telling me what I'm missing. So I'm turning it back in again, and
Okay.
then finally after that third one, it's clear cut as to what they were really looking for.
I understand. What I think you might be referring to, and I'm glad you're bringing this to our attention, there is an internal process where that tracking form that I mentioned is reviewed by a staff person, and if something's missing there, it is returned and asked. The audit itself by the evaluator has not started, so there's kind of, in a sense, a clerical portion and then the analytical portion. But I see what you're saying, how if you've already been notified once. So yes, we will look into that and see if we need to update the business process. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else? Okay, moving on to the petition to the Office of Administrative Law challenging alleged underground regulation. In January, a petition was filed by the California Disability Services Association with the Office of Administrative Law challenging the board's basic respiratory tasks and services regulation. The petitioner asserted that the rule was adopted without adequate stakeholder notice and that its enforcement significantly restricted licensed vocational nurses from performing routine respiratory tasks they previously carried out in community-based settings. In April, the Office of Administrative Law issued a notice in response indicating it had declined to accept the petition. I'm hopeful that this matter is now concluded, but I just wanted to share it as part of this update for awareness in case any additional developments arise. Next, within your materials, you have an updated version of the application to licensure process booklet, which was revised and printed this month and has been added to our website. The updates reflect the new online-only filing process and provide information about what applicants can expect during the application process and after initial licensure. We have found that each program has its own process for assisting students with filing their applications, so we outlined the steps as clearly as possible to help ensure smooth submissions. One of the most common issues we encounter relates to how the application fee is paid, whether the applicant pays directly or the program pays on their behalf. In those cases, program payments may come from a credit card, a single check covering multiple applicants, or multiple individual checks. These varying scenarios can affect processing, and we continue to look for ways to streamline the experience for everyone. In fact, I have a draft email set to go out to the program directors here probably tomorrow. Staff has also noted an increase in applicants attempting to work with only their CRT credential, which is not allowed. To address this issue, we've taken proactive steps to remind students, including emphasizing this information in the updated booklet, adding notices to the website, and incorporating reminders into all of our communications. We will be providing copies of the updated booklets to all respiratory care programs in the coming week or so they will have a supply that they can provide to existing students. And then, it's not finally, second to last, update on the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility amendments to the existing strategic plan. As you may recall, as part of our effort to integrate a DEIA component into the board's existing strategic plan, the department's SOLID program conducted a supplemental environmental scan in late 2025. Your agenda materials include the full report, which highlights several consistent themes across both internal and external stakeholders. First, stakeholders emphasize the need for broader engagement. Surveys, increased opportunities for public comment, and more structured outreach, such as town halls, school partnerships, and collaboration with hospitals and professional organizations, were frequently suggested as ways for the board to gain more diverse perspectives. Second, respondents identified several barriers to licensure. These include licensing and renewal cost, CE requirements and related expenses, and processing delays, particularly for out-of-state and international applicants. Many recommend clearer, plain language guidance and streamlining of processes to help reduce these burdens. Third, outreach and communication surfaced as major themes. Stakeholders encouraged a stronger social media presence, more multilingual communication, and increased public education about the role and value of respiratory care practitioners. Finally, when considering equal access to opportunities, respondents highlighted the need for additional respiratory care education programs, especially in rural areas, and for expanded mentorship and apprenticeship pathways. It is also worth noting that some stakeholders expressed opposition to DEIA efforts generally, which is important context as we move forward. The information is being shared now to help members prepare for the discussion in June, when the board will consider how best to incorporate DEIA principles into our strategic goals. And then finally, I just wanted to share that we have submitted a request for approval for a board member to travel out of state to attend the 2026 AARC Congress in New Orleans this November. Due to state budget constraints, we have not sought approval for out-of-state travel in a number of years. However, as the board continues its work to assess the potential need for incorporating a bachelor's degree requirement, attendance at this conference would provide valuable opportunities to network with other state licensure boards pursuing similar initiatives, as well as with national societies and exam and credentialing organizations. Additionally, discussions related to the potential establishment of an advanced practice respiratory therapist in California may be of significant interest. This request requires approval from both agency and the governor's office, and I will keep you updated as it moves through the process. And that concludes the executive officer's report.
Thank you, Christine. Great information. Before we move on to the next item, any comments on any of those issues that Christine has presented? Very well. We will move on to item 5, 2026 legislation of interest. Christine is going to present this item as well. We will address each legislative bill by one for motions, discussion, and public comment. Christine?
Okay. The first bill identified is Assembly Bill 1558, titled the Uniform Emergency Volunteer Health Practitioners Act. The bill creates a volunteer health practitioner registration system managed by the Emergency Medical Services Authority, allowing registered out-of-state volunteers to practice in California during a period of an emergency designation without a California license. Relevant boards may limit the services these volunteers provide and may issue administrative sanctions on both California licensees volunteering out-of-state volunteers practicing in California. Sorry, that threw me. The bill passed in the Assembly Health Committee on April 21st, and staff recommends a watch position on this bill. Do you think we should vote as we're going through or go back over them at the end? Is there a preference?
Unless there's any other preference, I would suggest maybe take a motion on each one.
Okay.
And then you can either take public comment on each one as you go, or hold for one public comment at the end on any of them.
One at a time, okay.
So we're seeking a motion for a watch position on this bill.
So moved. Ray Hernandez.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment on this bill? Seeing none, Katie, please take a roll call.
Dr. Mehta?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye.
Next up is Assembly Bill 1775, titled Veterans. The bill would restore benefits and status to veterans who were discharged from the armed services solely as a result of Executive Order 14183, banning transgender people from military service, issued on January 27, 2025. For the Department of Consumer Affairs, this would primarily affect licensure expediting for these individuals. Staff recommends a watch position on this bill as well.
Can I get a motion for a watch position on this bill?
I'll motion for that. Michael Terry.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Would anyone like to make a public comment on this bill? Seeing none, Katie?
Dr. Mehta?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye.
Next, we have Assembly Bill 2096. Now, this is a bill for which the board took an opposed position at the March 27th meeting, so this is more of just an update. You will recall this was a bill sponsored by the California Association of Healthcare Facilities and co-sponsored by Leading Edge California, the California Association for Health Services at Home, and the California Hospice and Palliative Care Association, which aim to undo the work this board has done to address the practice of respiratory care by licensed vocational nurses. While the bill was referred to the Assembly B&P Committee, it was not heard before the Policy Committee deadline for bills designated as having a fiscal element, so it will not move forward. And I will say that that was fantastic news. Next up is AB 2551, relating to healthcare coverage. The bill would, among other things, expand workforce data collection by licensing boards to include information on whether providers are contracted with health plans and the types of insurance they accept, with the overall goal of improving insight into behavioral health access, affordability, and network adequacy. The bill was passed Assembly Appropriations on April 22nd, and staff recommends a watch position on this bill.
Can I get a motion for a watch position on this bill?
Michael Terry will move that we watch this one.
Thank you, Michael. Second?
Rosenberg, second.
Any discussion? Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, Katie?
Dr. Mehta?
Aye.
Mr. Terry?
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez?
Aye.
And President Guzman.
Aye.
Senate Bill 1226, entitled Respiratory Tasks. Despite already working with the school nurse representatives on an exemption via SB 389 last year, SB 1226 aimed to expand the performance of respiratory care by LVNs beyond suctioning and basic respiratory care tasks and services, and more alarming, proposed the use of qualified designated school personnel who are trained in the procedures to a level of competence and safety which meets the objectives of the training as provided by the school nurse, public health nurse, licensed physician, or other programs which provide the training. And these individuals that are assistive unlicensed personnel were going to be allowed to provide respiratory services. In practical terms, if a school determined an employee is trained under its standards, the individual could perform that care. Understandably, there was significant concern about this. At the time of the agenda mailing, SB 1226 was double referred to the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee and Senate Education Committee, and staff recommended an opposed position on the bill. However, like AB 2096, the bill was not heard before the Policy Committee deadline for fiscal bills, so it also is dead and will not move forward. Yeah, that was also great news. We got news of both of those on the same day. That was a good day. And then finally, we have our sunset bill, Senate Bill 1304. This is the board sunset bill as discussed in the earlier part of my report, the executive officer's report. The board is being asked to ratify the support position that was authorized by the executive committee to ensure the board's support was reflected during the April 20th Senate Business and Professions Committee hearing. So this is to ratify the support position.
May I request a motion to ratify the support position taken by the executive committee pursuant to its delegated authority to act between meetings regarding this bill?
Terry will support this bill.
Ray Hernandez, second.
Any discussion? Any public comments on this item? Seeing none. Katie?
Dr. Mehta,
Aye.
Mr. Terry,
Aye.
Ms. Rosenberg,
Aye.
Vice President Hernandez, and President Guzman.
Aye. Very well. We can move on to item number 6. This is our Professional Qualifications Committee update and discussion. I will go ahead and turn it over to Ray.
Thank you, President Guzman. Myself and my colleague Michael Terry have been working to provide some focused consultation on the basic tasks for LVNs, and part of it was, again, looking at suctioning. And so we've had conversations within the board and finding we needed to take that to a smaller group and really make those recommendations. And from our, I think it was 2 meetings ago, the board itself was just very concerned in terms of suctioning not being allowed by LVNs, because we know as practitioners that suctioning oftentimes for many of our patients is really a basic task that needs to happen immediately with providers who are able to perform that task. And so we ended up looking at what the basic tasks, and let me just make sure I've got the proper name right. The basic respiratory tasks and services 1399.365 requires in terms of differentiating between basic tasks to moderate and advanced tasks. And certainly for suctioning, there is a portion where it is a moderate to advanced task, and we were trying to figure out how do we get that basic routine suctioning task going. And so to benefit patients, LVN certainly can provide that routine task that doesn't require assessment. And we had certainly board members talk about that and been able to relate some experiences they saw when LVNs were not allowed to do that basic task. And of course, we had people from the public come and discuss how that impacted their patients or their family members who were at home. So based on that, you'll see agenda item 6B. There is the Professional Qualifications Committee. We developed this guidance on suctioning activities that we're bringing before the board. And in that, you'll see that we've looked at where suctioning becomes a routine task to where then it moves over to an assessment need and a higher intermediate to advanced task. And so as you read through this, what you'll see is that we're looking at nasal, oral, and tracheostomy suctioning. And for nasal and oral suctioning, if you look at the back of the page with the graphic, essentially what we're recommending here to the board and in the discussions is really looking at for nasal and oral the difference between where the cavity lies and where the pharynx lies. And so for LVNs in a routine task, they can suction the nasal or oral cavities, but not advance to the pharynx. And then as we look at tracheostomy tubes, we're looking at, again, the artificial airway, a need for immediate suctioning, and then that suctioning only goes to the internal diameter of the tube and does not pass the end of the tube into the natural airway. So we were very specific and clear to use this terminology to help explain those pieces. This doesn't extend onto endotracheal tube suctioning. So once they have a different type of artificial airway, then it becomes an intermediate to advanced task. So we had a meeting for the Professional Qualifications Committee that was open to the public. We received feedback and actually quite a bit of positive support with very little bit of oppositional support. So I'll pause there to see, Michael, if you want to add anything to that conversation.
No, I think you did a good job summarizing it. The real issue for us is once you stimulate the reflexes of the airway, then that requires a deeper respiratory assessment, and that's the criteria that we use to make this.
And I think the only other piece I would add, and as you are in the clinical setting, the healthcare settings, you've been involved in conversations where there's been confusion. And so certainly in the acute care settings, which most of you are probably working, we're really looking at suctioning being able to be done across all continuums of care, from acute care settings to the community-based setting. And again, as a routine suctioning procedure. Not in an acute emergency situation.
Thank you, Ray and Michael, for your excellent work on this. Any other comments from the members? Questions? How about the public? Anything that you would like to add to this? Okay, we'll move on. Thanks again. Moving on to item 7. Discussion and possible action to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1399.365 to clarify suction activities.
Okay, so,
You presented this case?
yes.
Got it.
So as discussed in the prior agenda item, the PQC reviewed and issued the updated guidance. And this was an important step in addressing the stakeholder confusion, but as noted during the discussion, the guidance doesn't change the regulation. So this agenda item is the next step in that process. So we're presenting the proposed amendments to Section 1399.365 to formally incorporate the interpretation into the regulation and ensure consistent application across all settings. As Ray discussed, this would clarify that suctioning within the oral or nasal cavity or within the tracheostomy tube remains outside the definition of respiratory care, and suctioning becomes respiratory care when it extends into the pharynx, airway, or beyond the distal end of the tracheostomy tube, which at that point is when it requires an assessment. The full proposed regulatory language is included in your materials for review, and we're requesting the board's approval of the proposed text and authorization to initiate the rulemaking process.
So we are seeking a motion on proposed regulatory language to approve the proposed regulatory text for Section 1399.365 as presented. Direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the Executive Officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, including making any non-substantive changes to the package and setting the matter for a public hearing. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period or at the public hearing, if requested, authorize the Executive Officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulation as noticed.
Terry will move to accept this motion. Make this motion.
Rosenberg, second.
Any comments?
Just a couple of comments. I think with the audience out here, the public here, really just talking about where this initiated, because there is misinformation that the Respiratory Care Board made an action to remove the authority for LVNs to perform respiratory tasks. That's not the case. They never had that authority in their Practice Act, and so they really have been practicing outside of their scope of practice. And the Respiratory Care Board, in a proactive move, is really looking at, well, what respiratory tasks could they perform? And so that's just one piece we want to bring out to the audience. And so in looking at that, really looking at assessment as the defining factor within their scope of practice, they're not able to perform functions that require an assessment and an action to that assessment. So when we look at those pieces, everything that you see here in 1399.365 is really looking at it with that lens in terms of what they can perform in terms of respiratory tasks. In looking at the suctioning, Katie and Christine, one thing I did notice was if we look at what, I'm looking at agenda item number 7. I'm looking at page 1 of the proposed regulatory language, actually page 2 of 2. And so in what LVNs cannot perform, everything that's underlined 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, great, we've clearly defined that. What I did notice is when we had the meeting in terms of what they can perform, there's nothing that we clearly defined that says that LVNs can perform suctioning of the nasal cavity, the oral cavity, the nasal cavity, and the tracheostomy tube not to exceed the artificial airway length. And I'm just wondering if that would clarify better.
DP can probably speak to that, but I think it has more along the lines of doing is the rationale was that those were not respiratory tasks, so we didn't have to identify them as basic respiratory tasks.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that,
Exactly.
that's,
I had a quick question about number 12.
Turn on your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, again, this inflation and deflation of a tracheostomy tube cuff being performed by somebody who's not trained as a respiratory therapist. What kind of safety measures have been put into place by that? Like, is there an MD as their backup if something were to happen? Like, how have we ensured the safety of a patient when an LVN performs an inflation or deflation or puts a Passamure valve, et cetera, in this patient?
In which setting are you referring to?
In a setting where an LVN can inflate or deflate a trach cuff.
So number 12 is something they cannot do, so that whole list, they cannot, yeah, they cannot perform those. And again, those would require an assessment in terms of a patient who does have a tracheostomy with the cuff itself.
I'm just wondering, why isn't the whole thing underlined? Again, is it just because of the language change?
correct.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify on that same thing. So if a child has a trach with a speaking valve and they need to be suctioned, not deep suctioning, but just to clear, the LVN cannot remove the speaking valve to clear the airway and then replace it. Is that what this is saying?
Correct, unless it's in one of the exempt settings.
Okay.
Where it's been authorized, like at the school or the home or the community-based setting.
Yeah, this list is for all settings, not for these exempted settings.
Any other questions or comments from the members? Any comments from the public about this topic? Please.
But they'll be able to do that in the exempt settings, just not here.
Good afternoon. Ukichkueke. I work at in Redlands, and I was just asking about, because this comes up actually in the facility I work at in regards to suctioning, and sometimes the patient might be drowning in their own secretions, and all we're being told is LVNs, hands off. It's only a respiratory thing. So, it just, I don't know why, but as respiratory therapists, we are intervening and going deeper into the airway to get the secretions out. When it's shallow, the LVN can just suction really quick, and, I just think it takes away, it kind of, it makes us just do. So my contribution is just, I thought maybe there was a problem in another facility that caused this to be included, but this directly relates to my line in the post-acute care setting. And I just wanted to ask, is it final where the respiratory therapist has to do everything suctioning, even shallow suctioning, even where it's just on the patient, in their mouth, nasally or otherwise?
So the conversation has been, which we've been talking about, has been given the authority to LVNs to do the type of suctioning, oral cavity, nasal cavity, through a tracheostomy to the tip, in any setting. So that's acute care, that's community. So we're actually being more inclusive to allow them to do that.
And so it only refers to LVNs. In an acute care hospital, a registered nurse can suction a patient. This refers to the LVNs primarily.
Thank you.
I also wanted just to relay that from a staff perspective, we have received some inquiries from both respiratory therapists and licensed vocational nurses after publishing this updated guidance where, as you mentioned, we provided additional information regarding aspects of suctioning that could be done that were not deemed respiratory. And even in some of these facilities, despite management and so forth being notified that, hey, the Respiratory Care Board has issued this new guidance, because the Board of Vocational Nursing website has not been updated, there's still some confusion, or there's been facilities that have said, well, until the Board of Vocational Nursing says that they can do this suctioning, updates their website, we're still not going to allow the LVNs to do it. And just so you know, I have reached out to the executive officer there at that board, because what we're trying to do is ensure consistent messaging so that these types of scenarios don't occur, because even despite us coming up with this guidance, there still seems to be some confusion. So we do continue to work with that board. We have tried to explain that it is a respiratory care regulation, and so we're, assuring them that the LVNs can perform those aspects based on the updated guidance, but we do understand that there are still some mixed messages out there, and so even some of the facilities may still be not allowing the LVNs to suction, in even in those more, minimal capacities.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think
people behind
they won't hear you back there.
And people who are listening streaming. That's right.
Might want to consider allowing the removal of a speaking valve as an emergency intervention when someone's having difficulties with their airway. I don't see the value in leaving a speaking valve if there's secretions that are causing an obstructed airway. Removing the speaking valve could actually resolve that. And I don't think that would require any additional assessment as a result of entering an airway. So it might be too limiting to say that they can't remove it. Just food for thought.
Thank you for your comments.
I got confused, so I just need some clarification. So going back to the guidance for suction, is this for LVNs? And this is saying what they can do? Right, so they can do oral, they can do nasal, they can do trach tube suctioning. Okay. Going back to this, who is this for?
LVNs as well.
Okay, so when I'm looking at this, and on the bottom, it states that these are basic respiratory tasks and services that do not include the following. So that does mean that these are the things that they cannot do?
They
As
cannot.
LVNs?
Right. So you're looking at page 1 of 2 at the bottom, correct?
Yes, so I'm on page,
Yeah, so you're on page 1 of 2, looking at the regulatory language of 1399.365,
correct.
right?
So is this saying that these are the things that the LVNs cannot do?
Correct. So you are looking at, let me get my glasses on.
C.
Yeah, I'm looking at C.
You are looking at C,
Mhm.
which says for purposes of subdivision A of section 3702.5 of the BMP Basic Respiratory Tasks and Services do not include the following. And then there's a list of 12. All 12 of those, they are not authorized to do.
The LVNs.
LVNs are not authorized. This document is all about LVNs, practice and non-practice.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
I got that part right, because now my confusion is this. If this paper here says that LVNs are allowed to suction the tracheal tube, but not go beyond it, then why does number 10 on this sheet says that they're not allowed? Never mind, I just answered my own question. Reading is fundamental. Never mind, I skipped one.
Sometimes you just got to work through it.
We appreciate that conversation, certainly.
Anyone else?
Hello. Hello. I think you mentioned it just briefly already before, but I missed the detail. So, because I was just curious. So you had mentioned before that it's not that we previously prohibited LVNs at any point. We're just being proactive to make rules so that on our side of things they can?
So the LVN Practice Act does not allow LVNs to perform respiratory care services. That's absolute. That was already in their Practice Act. As regulatory boards where there's infringement upon, same for us with physicians. If we were doing something that infringed on their Practice Act that we were not authorized to do, they would say, hey, you know, you're practicing outside your scope. So it's in that same frame. So even though LVNs have been doing it for a long time, doesn't mean that it's right and authorized. So at some point when complaints were coming to the Executive Office of the Respiratory Care Board in terms of patient safety and some egregious complaints, then that's when the enforcement started, and that's when all of this started. Okay. And it's been, you know, it's been long going, and it's been very confusing, but the intention of the Respiratory Care Board is to be proactive and provide guidance and authorization to those respiratory tasks that they can do. All right.
Any other comments or questions?
Before we move on, I want to go back to Abby's comment about removing the speaking valve. So just so I understand, we are allowing them to suction within the trach tube, but are you saying there's scenarios where they would need to remove the speaking valve to perform that?
Correct.
Okay.
Do
So
we
then
need
I
to
think,
clarify
I
that?
think we do need to go back to number 12. to make sure that,
And I think Michael addressed it well in terms of number 12. In face of suctioning or when suctioning, and there is a speaking valve, something to that effect, then. So it really relates to that line, number 12, only. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not number 12.
11. No, 11.
Yeah, because that's what they cannot do.
Right.
Right. And so again, it's going back to my original question about, okay, in B, the list of the things they can do, we don't state anything.
right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
So I'm just trying to figure out, I think with the direction from the board that we figure out language that provides for that avenue, I think that would be okay.
I agree.
Well,
We don't need to.
The way I read
wordsmith
it,
right
it doesn't prohibit them from doing it. It doesn't state they can't.
now. Well, it talks in number 12 about, or removal of an external speaking valve. So it just says that as a general statement.
I see it, yeah.
So I think however we wordsmith it, there's allowance in the face of suctioning, which they are authorized to do basic suction, routine suctioning.
Well, all we would have to do is just remove that line.
Well, then it allows them to work with speaking valves regardless, and we know that if somebody's not trained and they decide to put a speaking valve on a patient who has a tracheostomy with the cuff up, that's the danger piece.
But the problem is that statement is only referring to suctioning. So we would need to add.
No, number 12 is not referring to suctioning. There's no
Oh, it's not, okay.
inflation, deflation of a tracheostomy
Oh, got
to
it.
cuff, use or removal of an external speaking valve, or removal and replacement. It took that first line out,
I see
that
it.
first part of the line out.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm listening to this, and so kind of what I'm thinking is that when you have an LVN, you have a patient with a speaking valve on, we know the cuff is already deflated, right? So if the LVN needs to remove it to do that suctioning right there in the trach tube, then they put the thing right back on. They're not touching the cuff, okay?
Correct.
So you can state it that they cannot initiate a speaking valve, but can remove it when in use to suction.
And that's what we all were saying.
Great,
We're
that's
just-
great.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
we'll get there, just a matter of figuring out where to put it so it's clear in the language. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Anyone else? We're ready to call for a vote?
Well, I think we need to come up with a solution so that we
Oh, we
can
do.
have a motion. Can we add to number 11 then, something to the effect of being able to remove the speaking valve for purposes of the suctioning?
Oh, that would be the appropriate place, actually, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Number 11.
Number 11.
Well, no, that doesn't work because that's again prohibiting if you're going to the distal. Yeah. So again, to me it sounds like it's got to be in B. It's got to be it's got to be at the beginning of what they're allowed to do. And so again, I'll go back to could we put
Will it be only for suction purposes?
right.
Correct.
And so do we have anything in B in the list that refers to there's not a speaking valve.
B doesn't say they can suction either.
And that's why that was my comment at the beginning.
Yeah.
Do we put another line that says suctioning of the nasal cavity, the oral cavity, the nasal cavity, and tracheostomy tube not to exceed the artificial airway length? And at this point, period, a speaking valve can be removed and replaced for this procedure, something to that effect.
Okay.
Like without inflation or deflation of the cuff.
He has a comment.
Could you add it to number 4 on the first 8 items?
Can you repeat that?
Moisture exchanger.
Oh, what is it? Can you repeat that?
On number 4, you have the heat moisturizer exchanger. Would that not be similar to a valve?
I think,
I think it might need its own line.
yeah, it probably needs its own line. And Katie,
Thank
I
you.
saw your hesitation. Thank you for that comment. Katie, I heard your hesitation to adding.
We're just discussing if we should come up with final language today or maybe revisit this and then come back to it later.
Because we already have the guidance in place.
Understood.
So we'll hold a vote?
I was just going to suggest that under number 12, if we added, and this is for further discussion, but just to get your input now, use or removal of an external speaking valve except when necessary for, and then we could keep all of this in C rather than adding more affirmative topics to B. I'm more inclined to do that.
I think that would work.
So you're saying to add the language to, again, C, what LVNs cannot do, and then to number 12 to say what? Say it again, a little louder because I wasn't able to hear very well.
I don't know if this is, so it would say inflation/deflation of a tracheostomy tube cuff, comma, use or removal of an external speaking valve except when necessary for, and we would need to include the language that's proper there for the trach tube sectioning, but making it very clear that it's only, until, before it goes beyond into the natural airway.
I have a question. There's a lot of double negatives that are happening with this whole thing. And my concern is that if we continue down the avenue of double negatives, we're going to create further confusion to the people who we're trying to help.
And to your statement, Abby, I would just add, already it's in the wrong place. You can't do, except for this somewhere embedded in the double negative here.
We need to get to the point of this is what they can do very clearly, like we've got almost there, and this is what they cannot do. But I think with regard to the tracheal suctioning and the speaking valve, rather than a lot of what not, and not, if we can get into section B, what they can do in a positive statement.
Can we vote on the motion with the provision that we can fix that wordsmithing in B?
You okay with that, Katie, or rather not?
I think the hesitation that we had when we were originally discussing whether to add the shallow type of suctioning to B is that in B we are saying they are basic respiratory tasks. And then we have taken the position, I think rightfully so, that those are not respiratory tasks when it's shallow in the nasal and oral cavities. And so to put them in B, we are identifying them as basic respiratory tasks. So I think what I'm gathering is that this needs to be further worked, and I don't think that this is the right forum to come up with precise language. I think we should bring it back to the board if you're okay with that.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So we will table it and work on it, and we'll come back to it. Thank you for everyone's comments. We welcome them and appreciate them. Thanks again, Katie, and everyone. We're moving on to item number 8, public comment on items not on the agenda. Please know that the board is unable to take action on any items not listed on the agenda. The only action the board may take is to decide whether to place an item for a future agenda. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment on anything that's not on the agenda? Anything you would like to share with this board? Please come up.
Is that it? There we go. Do you have a new timeline for when you're going to look at the proposal for the bachelor's degree?
Christine can answer that. Okay.
So at this point, we're a little bit, for lack of a better term, back at the drawing board again. As I mentioned, and yesterday, actually, Vice President Hernandez, as part of the managers meeting, talked to some of the UCs, and one of the kind of ideas that's being thrown around is to have a study conducted that can demonstrate, because we did get some feedback from the legislature, and there's really no solid data that provides that a bachelor's degree educated practitioner, there are better outcomes and fewer rehospitalizations and so forth. So I think if we could come up with a study, that's something that's kind of irrefutable. I think that's one of the ideas that we have. I think there were a few different that were thrown around, but we're going to delve right back into it. So I can assure you it will not be this year that we would do that, but we could propose something possibly for the next legislative cycle would be ideal.
Yeah, and to add to that, certainly, there's New York is proposing legislation for an entry into practice still at the associate level with a timeline to get a bachelor's. So if they move ahead, that might be a model for us to use, and we might use it anyway and try to move that way. And then the second is, well, we lost the opportunity, or the opportunity's gone for the sunset review and packaging it. It still doesn't prohibit moving forward with its own independent sponsor and legislation. Okay. So we're still wanting to move ahead, and California always has been a bellwether state, and we're happy to continue that with the support of the profession.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Ed Garcia, UCI System Director. Mr. President of the Board, thank you for allowing us to have some comments. I know that the sunset is starting to review, already has started, and there's been some rewritten language into the fees for our licensure. And I know that that's a hot button item, especially when we are double and sometimes triple more than what the renewal fees for our licenses in other states. So just to put into perspective, I just want to make a comment, I want to ask a question, it could be on another agenda. California has 23,190 licensed RTs. Our licensing right now is $330. Texas has around 15,000. Their renewal fee is $150. Florida, 12,000, $105. New York, 10,000, roughly about $150. In Pennsylvania, about 9,000 at $150. We are more than double in size, double in our cost. I think as a member, as a respiratory care practitioner in the state of California, I think that we need to understand where are all those fees going to. And I looked on your website, I do not see a financial statement. And if one could be provided as a public document, I think that that would ease a lot of questions from our own members about how much is that we're paying. And in the new Sunrise, we are asking also for an increase up to about $375, $395, which I think, in my own opinion, I think is outrageous, in my opinion. When you look at nursing, yeah, we know economies of scale, we all know that. However, at the same time, where is our money going, and why is it that we're paying that much? So I think that financial statements that can be posted on your website for everybody to be able to look at, where is our money being sent to, I think would be of vital importance to continue to build trust with our respiratory care practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to respond to that, I will tell you that we, at the last meeting of each year, we do a fiscal report that shows expenditures, revenues for the current year and then 2 years prior, in addition to a fund condition. Last year, it was done in a little bit of a different format because we produced our sunset report for draft. It was actually broken down even further as part of that report, so that's a good place to look. But to answer your question, I mean, that's definitely something that we can provide more often if that's something that the executive committee would like us to do. But at a minimum, if you go back and look at our website at the last meeting of each year, you will see a fiscal report.
I appreciate that. I will look forward to that. In addition to what you're stating, that's great. However, when we have our own respiratory care practitioners in our own organization saying, why should I belong to CSRC when my license fee is so high? So it's kind of like, well, are we stealing from Paul to pay Peter, and so forth and so on. So we want to continue to advance the profession. I've been in it for 36 years, and I want us to see and to progress and to look at different ways of doing things. I support the bachelor program, by the way. It's just, where will the bubble burst in which people either A, start to leave the state and go search elsewhere for their their work, and where is it that we are able to then go ahead and continue to provide membership to our own if the pricing is just continues to just get completely out of hand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I just have a quick question regarding, additional to the previous question of the bachelor's degree. Once it gets required, will you guys transition to a on-campus program or just stay online throughout? Because right now it's provided online only, right?
Once something becomes an entry into practice level, then there is a high clinical component, there's a lab component, so really it would end up being pretty much, back to a traditional for entry into practice.
Okay, thank you.
Mic check.
It takes like a minute.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you guys. Anne Ray Bartosinski here. I'm the program director for Skyline College. I oversee both the AS and the bachelor's program. So my question is about the transition to the bachelor as minimum. So right now, just for clarity, I understand that ASRC or ASRT from a cohort accredited school is the minimum to even apply for, and on an RRT to apply for the RCP license. So when they get that, to get to the bachelor, I know COARC, in the other hand, allows the institution to decide, do you want CRT as a minimum to get them in, or RRT? Our program decide, hey, you know what, CRT will take it, but to graduate, you have to have an RRT. So when we transition to now you have to have a bachelor just to even apply for RCP license. So timeline-wise, are we talking about AS, finish that clinical rotation, all of that, take the board exam, get your RRT, but you can't get your RCP license yet, be on the bachelor, graduate, and then apply for RCP license? That's actually question number one. And the second question will be, so I've been talking to our clinical affiliates because, like, how are you guys implementing this in your hospitals? And one of the hospital that I spoke to, which is Kaiser Northern California, I said, how are you hiring people? Because they do know by 2030, the bachelor will be the new entry into practice, but not necessarily to get our CP license yet, because that's not clear yet. So my understanding is they can be an RCP and be on the bachelor at the same time. So they said that what they're doing is, if they hire them after 2030, if they got the AS, they got the RRT, you have to be actively enrolled on a bachelor program so they can start, you working, but you gotta graduate in a certain time. So that's gonna depend on the hospitals. How long is that time limit? So my first question is that basically the timeline now, like they can't even get an RCP until they have the bachelor? And second, how are we having the hospitals implement that at the same time?
All right, Andre, let me see if I've got your question. So one is it's an associate degree in the state of California to become licensed. That's where we're at right now. We've been working with an entry into practice bachelor's as a proposal. We could still go that way. From a respiratory care board standpoint, if that's the way we end up going, we get supportive legislature, we get law into place, then at some point that will be enacted and the respiratory care board would require that a person have a bachelor's degree from a COARC accredited program. Okay? They would be RRT eligible, which means they would have to have their RRT. So from start to finish in an entry practice, there would be no associate degree program. It would be, you're going in a bachelor's, okay? So that's entry. So when we use the term entry into practice, right now, a student could go through an accredited program that's an associate minimum. That's what the state of California requires. Loma Linda had a bachelor's program that was entry into practice. A student could go through that COARC accredited program, meet all the requirements, and become licensure eligible. Okay. We're not to the point where we're going to be at a bachelor's yet. However, there are two ways in which we could go that we've been talking about. One is we still continue the bachelor's entry. That means all programs would have to move from an associate to an entry to practice bachelor's. So I think that answers your first question. There could also be, from the legislature standpoint, they really want entry into the workforce to be as quick as possible from an academic training perspective. They want that. So it could be we move to an associate degree entry with a timeline for somebody to get their bachelor's to maintain their licensure. Right? And that's where I brought up, well, New York's thinking about that, so we're watching them to see if they go there. Okay? And so those would be the two ways in which that happens. From an employer standpoint, an employer wouldn't employ any practitioner that doesn't meet licensure requirements. So really, it would be the standard of licensure, then an employer would enact how they might move. So those are the thoughts there.
Hello. Okay. So is it safe to say then, when it becomes a law that, it's 4 years now, that all of this will also be reflecting through the COARC, and from an institution point of view, does it mean we only got one site visit now instead of two?
Yeah, I mean, the best scenario is you just have one program that's entering into practice, right? Which means there's only one COARC accreditation you go through. And then I think just the last piece, when I heard all the pieces, there were a whole bunch of questions in there. If you look on the Respiratory Care Board's website, one of the things that we did and we heard clearly was, okay, if this does happen, we need a timeline guidance. And so the board made a recommendation, and the reality is from start to finish, let's assume the legislature took our proposal, it was going to be 7 years from the enactment of legislation for the first license to be required at a bachelor's level. So that's the timeline we've created for an entry for a bachelor's degree. So just to say there's still going to be a process, even if legislature says, yeah, we're supportive, we'll do it.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that. We will move on to item number 9. Future agenda items. Members, do you have any specific items you would like to see on our next agenda?
So yes, certainly the continuation on the bachelor's degree. And that would be, of course, from the Professional Qualifications Committee. And we're a standing agenda item.
Any others?
I guess we would bring back this at the next meeting, yes. the basic tasks and services.
Correct. Okay, and that takes us to item, any comments from the public on future agenda items? All right, seeing none, that takes us to item 10, which is closed session. The board will now go into closed session, which is not open to the public, And so it allows me to thank you all for being here and supporting us. I hope that your conference was everything you hoped it would be. We wish you safe return home. And please reach out to the board if you ever have questions or need anything. We're here for you.
And Stephanie, in terms of a clerical action, I know people had been asking about their sign up. Can Stephanie will be back there just to help you get signed out so you get your appropriate CEU credit, okay?
The board has ended closed session. We are reconvening open session so that we can adjourn, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.